Come on. Why is this not loading? There we go. What was I doing last time? Oh yeah, we had homing bullets. Oh. Shit's cool. Yeah, we need to fix the issue with penetrative bullets, don't we? That's neat. That was fine, wasn't it? Hello, Godot. I don't know. Blah 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 blah. Hello, expert. That should work. Chat, did I show you this? My thing arrived from DHL. I was complaining about the other day. I have her on my desk. She's helping me program. She's very cute, isn't she? Very soft. I have the Marissa I got a while ago on holiday, but they only just did the pre-orders for the Ringo, I think. I don't remember. I have her sitting in front of me at my desk helping me program, like a rubber duck. Although she's a little hard to balance because I'm trying to use one of these little IKEA chairs for phones. And she's obviously quite a bit bigger than this chair. Doesn't quite fit. Guess I can lean her a bit against my speaker. Very cute, yeah. She'll keep the Segfelt spirits away. Yeah, dude. Plug some stuff, get some space. Oh, that was weird. Can you hear me okay? My mic just like turned off in OBS for a second. Alright, I think I fixed the sniper rifle thing. I think it was sniper rifles that did it, right? Or just anything that did penetrative damage. Oh, maybe not. Hmm. How are you guys? Maybe it's not on your entity, maybe it's on my entity. Oh, yeah. Makes sense. I'm a little poorly, I don't know why. You have the stair-stepping code in your FPS to a state place you're happy with. You mean stair-stepping is in going upstairs, or something else? It seems to somehow be magnetized towards me. Maybe we should make sure that it doesn't do that. Yeah, like little stepping upstairs. Cool. No, wait, hang on. This one should be your entity. So it's kind of working, I guess. Nice donut. What are you doing? Man, it's kind of trippy when the sniper rifle starts doing that. Yeah, you see, like, when it actually orbits him and then hits him again. Alright, I think I fixed it. At some point I should fix that sniper rifle particle thing, but for now I can't be asked. Also, as I said yesterday, I'm pretty sure it will never spawn structures inside these rooms. Because it's just placing flooring. It's not like it's checking to space a structure at those various rooms. Just a thought. Sniped. You used to do multiple shape casts that went outwards and had all sorts of tolerance to make sure the step you took was big enough to slide down again. It kind of worked, but it was a bit janky against a wall. Oh. What do you do now? Now you manage to reduce it to a single shape cast by just rewinding what the physics engine resolved and doing collision detection with the shape that's missing the feet. Huh? How do you know if there's a stair? Do you have do you check like 2 different heights? Or what? Or do you just do this every tick? For any potential collision? You always do this even if there's whether there's a stair or not. Okay. Are you doing it with a shape that's missing the feet? It's missing the feet? Does that not require it to only work with models that have a foot hitbox? Or do you mean like you literally like move the hitbox up, or the collision hull up a bit, like the feet in inverted commas? Where do you start to learn C+ game dev? You just start with a small project. Asteroids is a decent place to start. You could start with with a engine or whatever, or you can just use like SDL or SFML and just get started. Make a window, make a thing on the screen. Take keyboard input. The shape going down is always 2 feet heights. Long to let you step up or down, unless you're in the air, which in case it's only 1. Oh, so is this something you define when using your 3D stuff? You say, like, this is the height of a foot. So this is where you'd expect stair stepping to trigger. If you set it really high, you'd start climbing up really tall stairs. Okay. Alright, let me see what I want to do today then. I just quickly cracked out that fix. Gun bobbing when you move? I still don't think I can be arsed. Drawing pathfinding. I've thought about working on enemies more recently. Or thinking about how I might want to make a boss fight of some kind. I could start working on... I mentioned before I wanted to have like a basic MMO mechanics in the game. What is this old paint I've got open? Hang on. This is from yesterday. The feet height is 1/5 of the player height, or whatever you decided on. Oh. Anyway, I had an idea. Enemies won't just necessarily have like guns that they shoot you with. In the most trivial example, there will be enemies that will like have some animation where they are about to jump up, and then they jump up, and then they highlight all the area around them that they're about to impact, and then they fall down and do damage there. Very basic, like normal MMO stuff. And just the idea of having tiles that glow one color and then some amount of time later change to a different color and hurt you, that's a pretty standard like MMO mechanic. And I want to have that in here, especially there's a lot of, I don't know if you guys have gone on X the Everything app or similar social media, but there's a lot of roguelites these days. My idea is not totally unique. Surprising. Surprise, surprise. But I do think the grid-like thing is pretty unique. So maybe I'm thinking of, I've always had this idea for enemy mechanics, but I think it's something I can definitely like lean into. Not like you need it to be on a grid for it to work, but the game being on a grid makes it feel a bit comfier, a bit more natural. And it's not just because I've been doing Corrupted Gauntlet for a few years. Anyway, I'm going to make a very basic new enemy with some new set of animations. I'm not going to spend too long on it. They're going to need an idle animation, they're going to need a running animation, a hurt animation, and then I'll add a prepare to jump, jump, and fall or something, I don't know. See how that works. It's possible that the whole jumping thing might not work so easy with my Z mechanic in the tiles. So it might be the case that I just make the jump an animation. Well, we'll see how I end up doing it. I guess sprite offset would work too. But let me see. That part doesn't really matter. Let's just bash on with something. So... where's my fucking design book? Let's crack on with this. Do I have anything I can just use for this? Because obviously the idea in my head is like a slime, but I don't think the game's really going to have a slime necessarily at this point. It's not really fitting. We could make like a little spider or something, maybe. Like a fat little tree rock guy. What did we have here? We had like, you were just a tree, right? Yeah. Alright. I don't really have anything in mind as to what this is that I'm drawing. I've accidentally made like a little Elvis or something. Maybe I'll make it a little slime for now, until I can come up with a better idea. Wow, amazing idle animation. I'm kind of a master artist, if you ask me. I mean, I don't want to spend too long on this, but just having some basic idea is fine. The idea was meant to be that most of the things you're encountering are a bit more natural, but this'll do for now. Just to have something in place. Who's paying you? Is it Sam? It's Sam, isn't it? I told him I'll give him his money. I just need to finish WoHo project. I'll do. He looks like a little fucking guy. It doesn't need to look good either, it just needs to look, if that makes sense. Well, I like the little cross-eyes. Ah, yes. Make him angry. I mean, that'll do for now, innit? No need to make it too fancy. Bob-on? Bob-on? What unplugged itself, Windows? Care to tell me? What are you? 16 by 16. Ah, I shouldn't need to care about how this animates, it doesn't really matter. It'll be replaced. This is all temporary. We'll all die one day. Hopefully. There you go. Give them those little Kirby tears. BLB. See ya, dude. That'll do. Alright. I need a... preparing to jump? Or like, jumping, I guess? And then we can have an actual jump. Hey, Itchy Dog. How you doing, buddy? Working your game and watching me. Nice. How's it going? Programming music byte by byte in memory, too lazy to write a tool for it. Nice. This should do for now. I'm going to call this Slime. I can't think of a better name. And that is what it is. Basically. If I remember from my Warhammer, if you want stuff to be transparent, you can like... You can draw like highlights on the opposite side of where they should be. I'm not gonna deal with that stuff right now. This will look good enough for now. It just needs to suit the job it's given. So let me see. In data, I'm gonna need some new stuff. Actually, even in enemy JSON, there we go. Ooh, how exciting! A new enemy. So let's see. It's got 4. You don't need to see this stuff really. It's got 4 in its idle. Its run is 7. Hurt is 1. This is frame rate. Oh shit. Why have I got the frame rates first and the frame counts? They should go above. Idle is 4, then 7, then 1. Yeah, that's the same. Collision range, health, or whatever. This stuff can all be the same. You can have a bit more health if you want. But you can be a little slower. And weigh a little more. I don't know, weigh a little less. Like, who cares? Maybe a little blind. And a little stupid. And forget quickly. So true. Whatever. That'll do for now. What I need to do is consider how I want to use the other rows. If I just want enemies to have actions, or if I want to explicitly say this is a jump. You could have prepare action 1, action 2 or something. Good question, Manus. Would that help my poorly tummy, you think? I could also switch this stuff to just being like some kind of array. No. I just have action 1, 2, and 3. Maybe. Because if it has like a roll or something. Repair action, do action, recover action, maybe. So we got 773. Yeah, this should do. I don't know. Maybe it's time I finally redo this shit. Like I've done before. What did I make? Articles, right? Yeah. It gets a bit more annoying with stuff like the animations. Okay, so is that maybe the only bit that's annoying? Bonus base stats? Particle data is flat, which made more sense for this. Oh, easy enough for these. It's this stuff that's going to be a pain in the ass. Wait for your next project. You're working with 128 bytes of RAM. Okay, bytes. That, yeah, right. I thought I misread that as gigabytes of RAM. Gets old real quick. Oh, good luck, dude. How close do you think you are to finishing it? If you're working on music, I feel like you should be pretty far through, right? Oh, banger. Hope you guys can hear this. You can. Fantastic. I'm listening to Kombi di Toho 1. This isn't my favorites, right? Oh, it's not. Well, fix that. Definitely better ways to do some of this stuff, but for now, we'll move on with our life. Votes and size T's, right? Become first class. Oh, whoops. Maybe I'll change it to enemy animation. I don't know. It's fine for now. Is it? Yeah, no it's not. This'll do for now. to be extended. What did I eat that made me so poorly? I had like steamed buns for dinner. Like one of them was not cooked amazingly, but it shouldn't be poisonous. It's just like a bao with like some vegetables in it from the freezer. Odd. Did I not call it slime.png? There it is. Textures, enemies, slime.png. Is it because it's currently open? That shouldn't be the case. Weird. Ah. You have a nice wacky name. Nope. My engine. Pauline's engine. If it's for internal use only, does it need a fancy name? Woho engine? I don't know. Full engine? Full engine? Engine? It doesn't really need a name, I think. Experiment 01? Oh. That should work. You like naming things. Your first engine was called Borzoi and a hamster wheel. That's cute. They have such long noses after all. You want to start game dev? Where do you start? I'd recommend picking a retro game that you can easily make, like Asteroids. And using either an engine or a library like SDL or SFML2, and just making your best shot at cloning a handful of old games. Then you don't have to think about what to do. You can look at an example on, well, from the arcade. Does Itchy Dog have a name for Donut's C++ library? Donut really wants to go with a libgram. This is fine. You have a task in front of you that you think. It's a graphics programming, game development collection of modules. And you can't call it LibDonut because NVIDIA exists. Yeah, I like the little slime guys. Even if they are animated about as lazily as I could possibly imagine. They do the job, don't they? I will just fix one thing because it's annoying me. No, I won't. I was going to say I'm going to fix this stupid highlight. Oh, I can fix this stupid highlight, actually. Isn't the Library of Alexandria in the shape of a donut? Are you thinking of Apple headquarters? You're not sure what's going on? What do you mean? That's what I'll do for now. I'm not spending any longer than that on it. "11 hours of work today, your naming skills aren't doing so good." You could call it 11 lib. Interesting, I don't have anything to do with an enemy not having a weapon. Fix that. Hey! Yeah, I've just never checked this, huh? Glazed donuts? Wow. If it was a terminal library, you could call it donutty. What, like putty? Oh no, wait, donut TTY, yeah? What's wrong, mister? Man, they're so easy to push around. You haven't been feeling good in a while. Oh. Have you been getting proper sleep? Man, homing bullets are really strong. Not sure what proper sleeps means. That's a problem. Good quality, lots of hours. Uninterrupted. Not affected by alcohol or anything. Couple REM cycles in there. Good luck. Alright, cool. I'm gonna add some new enemy states. We're gonna have shooting target. I'm also gonna have what were my actions called again? These things. Now calls for if I should start doing some sort of oopiness for the enemy behavior. I'm not gonna bother, you know, extracting until I actually need to, but maybe the enemy behavior could be subtyped and overridden. Your sleep is a symptom rather than a cause. Certainly doesn't help. Are you getting out? Are you getting outside? Are you getting your proper vitamin D? Are you getting a good iron intake? Are you socializing? Are you resting? Are you doing a variety of things to nourish your brain? Are you spending all day scrolling social media? Do you have external stresses? You know, there's all sorts. Is your enemy behavior a state machine? Hell yeah, buddy. And I'm gonna see how easy or difficult it is to extend that. So often I feel like it's gonna complain that these are missing now. Well, we'll see. The other enemies can have an action of their own at some point. Let's do this one thing at a time. I know what util means. Utility. I guess just actual stone. Hard to a campsite and a descriptive name. Well then don't give it a descriptive name, give it a stupid name. What the fuck does Google mean? Pretty sure Google was just like some bullshit they came up with. Because there's the big number Google, but it doesn't have an E on the end. Donuts. Fuck NVIDIA, dude. Just call your library libFacebook and move on with your day. Let's see. I'll be real. Maybe the enemy animation should... Yeah, hang on. Well, nah, this shit doesn't matter. It's fine. Name it trademark. Yeah, can you use the word trademark? Hadn't thought about that. Yeah, I could totally, like, inject some kind of, like, execute action, prepare for action, and whatnot, but for now I'm just gonna hardcode it for the slime. It's much easier to deduplicate and have fancy stuff when you have 2 examples. IMO. Let's see, change state, requested state. I guess there's these places as well. Let me think. Let's use it, consider changing state as an example. So maybe instead of shooting target, we could have aggressive. And then the aggressive action could be doing something. Oh, hi, Mark. Let me find something new to listen to. Hello? Music? YouTube.com? Man, what have they done to this fucking website? There we go. Yummy Music ate all of it? What? Could be the case that I could have shooting target. Yeah, if shooting was an action, then prepare, execute, recover could be like scoping and reloading and stuff. It's a thought. I'm gonna see how that might look. Yeah, YouTube breaks everything. I'm gonna move to Vimeo. gonna be easier to run away from an enemy if they are recovering from that action, I think. That's a fun thought. Enough assembly for you today. You had a bug where sound wasn't playing properly. It turned out you were writing a value to the volume register and were setting it to 0. That's not okay. I hope you know that. That help? Ah, fuck it. You don't know why you did that. You blame it on the gnomes. Bloody gnome. This should be extracted. Your coding doc got blown to smithereens the moment she saw the 6502 assembly. Interesting. My coding doc can't explode. Ching! Oh, never mind. You know nothing about programming, you don't know what you're talking about. You could learn programming, if you're bored. Fun to learn a skill. Like needs to work on her death bombs. Pitchin'. I allow you to have a new thought percent. Life moves on. You're very motivated and unmotivated at the same time. What games have you been playing recently? Hmm. Leave it for now. Man, they just get more aggressive every day. You my boss? We're not asking nicely anymore. Elon bought cursor. I need to throw this away then. Unless people think I'm racist. Pilot will come to you in your sleep. You think so? You're absolutely right. Peanut butter does contain peanuts. I'm so sorry I didn't warn you in advance of your peanut allergy potentially being triggered on that peanut butter. Ah, you're good, great catch. People are not ready for the, like, sociopathic fuck robots. You're absolutely right, sir. Oh. Assume the position, sir. That looks an awful lot like an electric screwdriver. Ah, great catch. Can't wait for the future, dude. Which eye are you gonna fucking take out first? I don't know. I'm gonna replace this one with an Apple eye, and this one I'm gonna replace with an Android eye, and they're both gonna scan everything I'm doing and report it to the police, who won't do anything with it, but they'll have it. And they both won't work. Need to get them replaced every few years as well, obviously. You need those perpetual licenses. Can't have people doing stuff for free. Big water's got me by the balls already. I'll stop drinking this stuff, it's crazy. Should never have started. Fuck. Anyway, let's see. Continue. Yeah. Terabytes of useless info on you. I'm just poisoning the well. Ik heb geen idee. Target appears to be formidable. Sanity. Will I ever use this for anything? Guess not. Oops. Ito. So true, bestie. So true, bestie. You're absolutely right. Lead is poisonous, and you should not have drunk that water. Better luck next time. You're like in the middle of getting chest compressions from the robot, but they've run out of fucking tokens. Oh. There's some good fucking stand-up sitting in there. It switches to fucking Claude Haiku or whatever in like the middle of fucking giving you brain surgery, and it's like I don't have the context window to think about your entire brain, so I'm just gonna start cutting bits out and then checking. what I've put, what I've taken out. Oh. What is amygdala? I don't know. 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 Anyway, consider changing state. You're what matters. Do I have frame info in here? Cock and balls. I don't. Don't know if I can end it now. You happen to tick. You might have tick info. The other lad, you probably want tick info as well. I'm gonna be real with you, buddy. Whee! You know what? Because I love you, you can have a const reference to it. Yeah. Yeah. That's with all the ones that take a mutable reference to entity. Think fast. Think fast. I don't have that many tokens. Think slower. Okay. Phew. Safe. This shit should be extracted pronto. These time downs might not quite work the way I want, but trying to think about it. This is definitely just because when you do break, it also generates the semicolon for you. Probably. Yeah, the countdown stuff should be happening in here. You saw some breaks missing. I'm sure you did. Yeah. I'm in the middle of fucking writing the code. Jesus wept. You're like my linter. I'm in the process of doing the work. Oh yeah. Maybe this is why I wasn't passing tick and boon in the first place. Do countdown loop and then pass in a number of times the action time it took. See. Hyperbole? Hyperbole? Whenever you tab away from a file, you don't know the next time you'll look at it again. Crazy. Stuff's a bit weird. So I need a registry, enemy behavior, and an entity. Wow. Can't think of a good name other than is target close but on the other side of a small wall, so damn. That's what you're gonna be called. You know what, lad? You deserve this. I guess I've got player within line of sight. Consider changing state. Yeah, these things should probably be their own functions, to be honest. Getting a little messy. Or at least extracted somewhere nicer. This is a bit large. Change from idle, change from alerted, change from moving, change from prepare, change from exit. I mean, this is okay for now. It's mostly just the fact that you can accidentally forget to break that's kind of the problem. Execute action should probably have some more life in it. I want to move this change state thing higher because it's kind of near the consider changing state stuff in my head. Let's see. Oh. I don't know if you have two nested switches. That's probably a good time to start fucking with things. Like this is rife for problem. GCC has a warning you can enable for breakless case statements without fall through. Oh. This stuff I haven't changed. Right, let me remind myself where I am. We first execute state. When we execute state, we're usually not doing much, except for execute action, which is where currently we may be shooting or jumping. So this is about doing the thing. That's fine. And then change state should only happen at the end. So actually I should put this under consider changing state. Like so. Let's have a look. So in the consider changing state section, we do a bunch of random crap. And then based on our current state, SVC has it if you enable warning C5262. How do I enable that? Is it in Clang or is it in CMake lists? Probably not in here. CMake list instructions or whatever that giant file was. Compiler option. Well, let me build first, just to make sure it compiles. L is the warning levels, something like W. That's only with MSVC, right? So that would be in, what's that fucking file called? Does he make presets? And then what, in like this section? No, this is CMake flags. Where am I setting this shit? MSVC presets. Oh, here we go. Oh, we're in debug, right? Yeah, I can just enable it in debug. You can see how that looks. You like watching me compile? It says unknown warning. Level might have to be at least 1. How do I set that? W05262. Change the 0 to a 1? Oh, this thing. W4? What does W4 do? Warning level 4? Yeah. You're trying to make my computer strict to me, aren't you? Ah, here we go. I googled W05262 and the fantastic RAM Gobbler overview says this commonly refers to the Heritage Brass Winchester Range 45 amp cooker unit with 13th amp socket. And the SKU for that is 05262. It's got a satin nickel finish and a black trim. Well, thanks, Google. I'm going to ask the robot, how much electricity does one prompt take? How much memory? Oh, it's searching. It searched a few websites. Ooh. 0.3 watt hours and 1 to 2 megabytes of VRAM. I'm not reading it, actually, so it's probably some different thing it's telling me, but nah. Probably right. It's good enough, huh? Let's see. So it says it's, is this boarding level 4? It's just going to complain about fucking everything now. No, this is fucking complaining about SDL now as well. Yeah, I can't be dealing with this shit. Look, I don't care. I've got a short fucking life. We're just going to leave it like this for now. I'm just going to move on with my day. I'm not fucking around with compiler settings and warnings and recompiling constantly. I'm going to do my hobby and then maybe we could do this another day when I care. Looks like it's still printing a bunch of bullshit. We need W1 at least. Fine. Let's just pretend I didn't add it then. We just wasted a couple of minutes learning something. Let's move on. I'm gonna make a slime jump up and go down. I'll just be extra careful. Promise. I need to think though, this music's too loud. Let's see. So when we're considering changing states, at this point the enemy will have a time down. This is why it's good to have all warnings from the start. Very good. Here is a emoji for you, and I will continue. So this is what we're thinking of changing state. We no longer need to do this countdown. We instead need to check, instead of countdown, less than equal to 0. This is consider changing state. Could also do setup for the next state, but really it's about changing state. So we're switching from our actual state to our new one. When we are switching from moving to prepare, we also need to set up this timer as well. This is when we're moving from that state. From the previous state, yeah. This should be 0.5. This should be in here, this should be in here. We're gonna move to target. Moving from move to target. No, this is not necessary. Yeah, this is mostly meant to be about cleanup. Here we go. This is us moving to a new state. Hey look, this is working. Implicit fall through occurs here. Are you missing a break statement? Look, that's new. Handy. I get to eat my cake and look at it too. Although it doesn't seem to have... Maybe I restart Clang? Maybe it needs to compile first. Because it's a compile flag. Whatever. So we're moving to a new state. Move to target. This is not needed. Hang on, I fucked this up. So we're preparing action, we're about to shoot. Fine. We're executing. And we're recovering. Unless it wants it after the bracket. Maybe? I have a feeling that because it's compiler, it will need to be compiled before it gives us the warning. Oh. So these enemies won't have an animation yet for prepare, execute, and recover. So I'm just gonna say I do not use Linux, no. I can get this switched up as well. Why not? Because I play Apex Legends. And all my software is Windows. But if I didn't play games or have hobbies, then Linux would be fine as well. This won't work quite the way I want it to, but let's see. Yeah, he's in the middle of his action and he's recovering. He shouldn't still be moving in the middle of his action, but you can see him, like... These guys are obviously shooting if I give them their gun smoke. Yeah, they shoot them. Makes sense. These little guys... Should make sure that they aren't randomly moving. Not like a personal attack. No, I'm kidding. Well... It just so happens that a lot of my hobbies rely on Windows. Like all the games I care about are either Windows or you have to use a couple of workarounds to get them working on Linux. And to me, I don't really care about the like software that runs my software. I care about the software itself. So Windows does suck utter ass. Don't get me wrong, but also when I hit the executable that I want to play, it runs, and that's all I really care about with my PC. Apex is just disabled at on Linux, like explicitly. It's kernel level. They really don't want people using Linux because 98% of cheaters were using it. And I will say, since they banned Linux users, there have been a lot less cheaters. And then they all moved to using those hardware mods, and well, you know, they banned those too apparently somehow. I don't know how they detect them. You get like a thing you plug into your Xbox controller that like handles weapon spread for you. Somehow they were able to detect that. What distro do you use, SSD? I have used Linux, by the way. There was a period of time where I was traveling and I was using my Steam Deck. It's my main machine. I was using that Arch Linux desktop experience. I had a little external... I still have it around here somewhere. I had a little external monitor and stuff. There you go. Got no use for it. Massive investment. Little external monitor. So this project you're looking at has been made on Linux at some point. And Mac as well. How amazing. Just not playing Apex. Man, you're missing out, dude. Apex is great. They're changing World's Edge next season. Can you believe it? They're getting rid of Big Tree. I love Big Tree. Anyway, let's see. Enemy system. So in execute stone. Use Kashi. What's wrong with using something that's hyped up? It's pretty good. It's lightweight and fast. You did it for the ore and Pac-Man, but unfortunately it has malicious packages infection. Yeah, I saw something recently about the Arch Linux. Is it just Arch Linux user repository, or what's it called? Whatever it is. I saw them like some posts about that recently. We're back to downloading stuff through sketchy websites with a big green free download button and having to like work out which is the real one. My favorite part about YouTube Advanced is having to go through the bloody Android APK downloader and not being able to use my own browser with an ad blocker. I mean, I can, but then I don't get the hyperlink. I'm not setting last action. That's it. So when I'm executing state, etc. Consider changing state when I have changed my state to execute, or even prepare. I'm gonna have see, I'm using the Clang compiler. I'm using MSVC. But you can use Clang. Here is the CMake presets file. As I said, you can... This project's been built on Mac, Linux, and Windows before. So there's some Clang stuff. Answer me, bro. Answer me. Answer me now. I have to know. Oh, you're not telling me! Oh! No! Dude, this warning's lovely. My attention span. You use GCC. Gucci. The Gucci compiler. I'm using ClangD for static analysis. Yeah. I'm using the ClangD linter. The static analysis, yes. Very typical stuff. You like that it makes my screen go white? I find it very funny. Something about the extension screen in VS Code fucks up HDR capture on OBS. Alright, where's the little bro, little slime bro? Look at me and do your jump. Wow, incredible. Look at him go. I don't like that he's moving to me. We should fix that. But you get the idea. Man, he loves me. Oh, he says. Look at him fucking pathfind. Nah, you idiot. Oh, shit. Alright. Let's see. We're doing... I want to look at execute state. So if you're idling, if you're executing, if you're shooting... we should make sure to set the pathing to none, I guess. Maybe. You're a newbie dev, going to learn Raylib after finishing your NVIM setup. Nice. You like the UI? On my game? You like my UI? You like that they're jumping? Or at least they're trying their best. I haven't programmed the jumping part yet. Could be done. UI beam! Yeah, buddy! Where's my sugar ray UI? I have some around here somewhere. Oh, she's in the fucking cupboard. No, wait. Where is my sugar ray UI? Oh, she's somewhere in that fucking... somewhere in here. I have little UI keychains as well. They're very cute. Have a look in the description, my dear SSD worknot, and come up with a new name for Donut's library. Okay, why is it not animating? You, lad. You got so many frames. Talk to me. Frame rate 5? How about prepare, go 15 or some shit? Oh, cock! I forgot to write my code. You looked in the description. You're the first person to realize that. Someone was snarky before. I was like, look at the title, because they were asking what engine I was using. And then later on they asked something else and I said, look in the description, and they said, I just looked at the title. And I was like, great. Epic. Asset manager, there you are, lad. We're not loading this shit in. So it's just one. Fucking idiot. 1, 2, 3. You are size T's. Welcome. And now we do it with the floats as well. Your brother said Grem works better without the lib prefix. Just call it Grem. Do you not love Gigi Murin? Have I ever watched anything from Gigi Murin? No. Apparently I need to watch that one where she invited a wizard onto, live. I like the idea of Gigi Murin. You really should. Yeah, I know. I was told that I really should about Mume, and then she fucking retired. Oh, she's like Ian Corone. My friends said during Monster Hunter World while we were on that fucking deck. They were trying to get me to watch Oh, look at them go! You see him jumping? He looks kind of like he's jumping, or he's doing something. He's glorping. The 2012 League stream she did. Yeah. Maybe I can get Chris into GG Mirren and then we can watch her League content together or some shit. You know what? Slimes get to be blue in my game. Because this slime is going to eventually be replaced by a robot. If you can believe it. It's going to be a fucking blue slime. You know what? You can be a pink slime. God put you on this planet to be beautiful. You've never played League in your life? Yeah, I can tell. Clearly a Dota player. I bet you don't even know who Jinx is. Look at them go! They're so fucking excited. They remind me of something from some Hololive music video. Oh, no. What, the train? Lag Train. You know the Lag Train music video with the little pigeons? Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Bop. That one. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. You know the pigeons in Lag Train? You guys like Vocaloid? You always talking about Miku. Nice slimes. Thanks, Iono. They're placeholder. That's why I give him this goofy little Kirby enemy face. He's having a great time. I want him to stick out so I can actually see him while I'm making him jump and stuff. Anyway, you got 4.8 hours in Dota. Yeah, it's clear. I could tell. Alright. Does enemy behavior come with a jump offset? Probs not. Because your sprite will obviously have an offset, but I'd kind of like to keep that by itself. Also purely animate the jump, but I kind of like the hitbox to move too. Oh, moving the actual hitbox might be stupid. Could make it immune to damage while it's jumping. Bam, solved my problem. So easy. Do I need to store a jump offset? Or do I just need to store a jump target and then... Then I could maybe interpolate between it. Kind of depends how I want to do this. Because if you want an enemy that's jumping... So like he's like preparing to jump. Up. And then between here and here he needs to go up. And then come back down again. You could interpolate that. And I think I will in some way, shape or form. But it's kind of nice to have it be... It's nice to have it be modifiable, so you can say how big the jump is and what kind of speed it's going. You're learning OpenGL because in Python you were doing modern GL and you had so much fun, but there's not much documentation. Yeah, no, that's fair. Not wanting to use the wrappers. It's just like not having to worry about the wrapping layer and just purely talking to the thing. Will probably be easier, I'd say. Just blinded myself. I heard of Atari 2600. Yeah. any pictures of myself with an Atari 2600. No, but I've got an email from Uniqlo telling me that they are going under scheduled maintenance. What? Did you guys also get an email from Uniqlo, the high street clothes shop? Cool pink Atari controller. Oh, pink. Pink Atari 2600 controller. Is it custom? It's the joystick with the one button, right? I see like a Pac-Man one. They sell it directly. Pinky. Is that one? You ate Uniqlo? Fuck. Where am I gonna get my fucking shirts from? It is. Base choice. You get 5 seconds of looking at the Remu while I think about my problems. I wish there was a way to like strap her to my chest so she could like watch me program. Instead I just have to have her in my lap while I'm programming. Remarkable. Buddy, if there was a VIP thing on YouTube, you'd have it. Here's a dog emoji. Apparently I have. Pet a thermometry feeler. There you go. Hey Mia. This is a Momoji Fuma, right? He's actually up there on that shelf, but I want to stand up. Learn OpenGL. Anyway, how do I want to store this stuff? You know what? Fuck it. Let's just do it lazy style. Jump data. Height. Hang time. Something like that. Do I just tell time to reach high? I don't know. I'm gonna do things one at a time. You might learn Raylib just to get familiar with C++. I think that's fair. Should be hit too hard because you made the concepts. Yeah, that's fair. Best of luck. I'm realizing I could put keychains on my microphone, but I don't know if that would get kind of annoying to me. I have so many of them. It's nice to be on my fucking microphone like this. What do you think? I saw some other streamer do that, so I'm thinking I might steal their idea. I don't know if it's gonna fucking piss me off though. Look, I can decorate. This is what it's like having a necklace. Probably. I start wearing a gold chain as well. There you go. Wow. Just like a streamer. I do feel like having this new thing in front of my face is gonna like really piss me off, but we'll see how long it lasts before I rip it off. Okay. Anyway, hang time, jump height, and tiles. That stuff's fine. So what I could also do is check to see if it has jump data as well. But this will do for now. Do you build Aspirate or compiler, whatever? I bought it. It was like €9. It's well worth it. Guys will see this and say, hell yeah. Where did it make it making rattling noises? It shouldn't. I don't I don't move it. So, I mean, can you even hear it even if I do rattle it? Does this make a sound? I've also got a cinder quill, but it's kind of stuck where it is right now. I can't be able to... Really, no. Yeah, I don't think so. I have all sorts of keychains I could use. I have this really cool marine one. Got this at a con. You can't really see it, but it's cool. It's shiny. I like my shit. I've got so much shit in my room. Oh well. I can be there. I can be a mascot. Anyway, I've also got an IKEA bee. I don't think you can hang IKEA bees up by anything. I could stuff it in the mic, maybe. More shit in my face. Okay, let's see. Jump, 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 jump. Jump down. Recalculate target time is a bit of a misnomer. It's really more like change state, execute state timer, thinking time. Quiet music. When's the next BA patch? Maybe it could just be a float. Doesn't really matter, I guess. Wow. Whatever. Yes, I normally give my things all caps. Don't talk to me. Or my daughter. What music is this? 6 minutes in. No, 6 minutes in is how far into the video it is. Oh. Yeah. You either do things on your computer, you either join live streams like this or keep the room black and sit in silence. Like a summoning ritual. That's fair. Fair, to be honest. Hello, Wesley. This is a bit stupid. I'm adding different actions enemies can do. Am I stupid? Yes. I forgot how to write enums for a second. I mean, that should never be the case, right? Shouldn't imagine that. Phew. Glad I solved that problem. This should solve some of those problems we were seeing show up. Break. Live streams on the side, you mean, not just to be silent? Just not be silent. Oh, that's fair. Obama. Yeah, I'd like you to populate the Switch. You can't do that, I guess. Beautiful. Just as fucking intended. Yep. Perfect. You'll do. Be honest. Whee! It should just be... Oh, actually, render enemy actor. Oh, yeah. Okay, didn't ask. You look mighty broken. Alright, I need to split some of this stuff up then. So essentially what I've realized is that actions should be done on their own timers. So if the enemy does something over the course of a second, it should happen over the course of a second. But that runs into problems with the fact that the enemy state stuff is normally done with this sort of randomish thinking time thing. I would like to say that the jump will be the same every time, so you can learn the pattern and stuff. Whereas the enemy deciding to shoot and move around, that doesn't need to be an explicit pattern. So I'm going to split up state and action. The state can just be that they are doing an action, that's fine. But the actual minutiae of the action can be in its own separate system. So I'm in the middle of that, I just need a quick wee. I can come back and continue. Jason, huh? Nice. I had some more thoughts and stuff about, like, the going up, coming down, executing, preparing, and landing. Oh, what did I just launch? Mod Manager. Did I accidentally just launch, like, Lethal Company? We'll find out in a second if we're about to hear the Lethal Company intro. The enemy actually has, like, a state where he's, like, preparing to jump. The state where he's going up, and he's like, wow. The state where he's, like, hanging in the air, and then the state where he's coming down, and then the bit afterwards. There's actually sort of 5 animations at play, but I think we can essentially just say that preparing and finishing are the preparing and finishing, and then the middle bit can just be interpolated. The going up, coming down part. Whatever. Anyway, I need to write some functions to live. I'm going to call it execute action periodic, because that is what this is. So I need execute state, I need execute action. And then maybe change action? Or maybe just execute action is fine. Let's see how that looks first. Now this is actually only when the action time is counted down. I think that's fine. Update action. Progress action. Yeah, progress action. Let's do that. So in progress action, we're going to look at the current action. Well, assuming it's a jumping, we don't really care about shooting. I'm going to switch over the jump progress. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? We essentially need to have timers for preparing, executing, and coming down. Assuming that middle section is purely interpretable, then I need choose action time. This would be jump time, prepare time, landing time. Well, this works too, doesn't it? In fact, maybe this doesn't need to be quite so fancy. Maybe I can make this really simple. This could definitely be a little smarter. Because then this could be tweaked in a file somewhere. Does the job. Doesn't need to be fancy. Yeah, this can be simple. This can be really simple. I think. I don't need to have a million timers checking everything and doing all this crap. I can just have this total jump time. That's, I think, fine. So what I need to say in enemy system is remove... Honestly, can I remove the action timer? Can I remove the action timer? Struct jump data. This could just be struct jump. Oh, hang on, isn't it the other way around? It would have to be a counting up timer. Yeah. Yeah, otherwise I'd have to do this in inverse. That's fine. Which is fine. So with just this, I now have a jump. I like those. You can be in action. Well, you don't need to be a struct. You could also be a variant. No, I'd like you to be a... let's see. I haven't really done much OOP in this. It's just practice, buddy. Class action. Crazy. Was action already a thing? Oh, it might be. Well, this is an enemy behavior action. Hang on. Let me think about how I want to do this. This is even worth thinking about. Why are you angry at me, sorry? We do an action with tag type that does not match previous declaration. Oh, I'm stupid, sorry, I do have a thing called action already. How much time will I be streaming? Another hour at least? How can I install the different subtypes? Yeah, I'm wondering if this is the best way or not. Because originally I was thinking it would be nice to be able to inject which action the enemy is doing. And then just generically within the enemy behavior system, just say, is the action done yet? Okay, do something else. Like if, for example, I wanted the enemy to take a certain amount of time before it switches, before it does something. If I want always shooting to take a certain amount of time, currently it's based on their thinking time. But if I were to say, want the enemy to take an action that requires an exact timer, like this jumping, or if I say the reloading has to take a certain amount of time, I want to use this, and I want to be able to... I don't really want to care what the action is, but maybe it doesn't need to be different types for this. Look in the title. There we are. This is vanilla C++. Well, what do you mean by vanilla? This is C++. I'm trying to think. Because I just hate all this constant, oh, if action is this or that. I want to think. Is it a function pointer? That's one level deeper than I'm currently thinking. I'm thinking about the architecture. Because it'd be nice if I could say if last action dot is finished. Last action dot. Just always tick the action timer down. Maybe I don't need to worry about this for now. This is an aspect architecture. It is, but it's not the level I was thinking at. But now I'm gonna write the messy code first, and then I think that'll give me a better look as to how I might want to architect this, because it's, to be honest, it's 11 o'clock. So I'd like to see it to help me think. Maybe this enum is just fine for now. Maybe multiple function could be more abstract. Yeah, I'll think about it as I'm moving on. Because for now the enemy just has a jump that it's holding on to, which is kind of silly. It may not even jump. You know, what's the point in having this? Could be an optional, of course. But for now, let's just simplify things and just go with this. What's wrong? Let me think. So if I let me just assume that the enemy will be jumping, even if they can't. Let's just say they're jumping. I think this whole thing here for handling. Sorry, my eyes. I'm so tired. This thing for handling progress and stuff. I think I can just set an action timer on the... let's just build. Let's go with that. I have this action timer thing already. I think I can just set the action time to the total jump time. And if the action timer is above 0, then I don't need to check for the new states and stuff. Thanks, LibDonut. What's wrong? I mean, there's other places that'll be broken. I guess I'll fix them first. After struct. What did I just introduce? Sorry? Wait. Oh, I deleted a What did I do? Oh, in here. I see. Sorry, I don't know how I made that. Yeah, I'll just keep this in here for now, and then I'll actually see how things are looking before I get too fancy. Because this can definitely be extracted. What I really need to do is finish handling this enemy system stuff. I basically want to put it back to how it was. I don't even know if I need to check if the action timer needs to be counted down more, to be honest. I could just say action time is counted down to 0. But for now, what is it 0? We'll always want to go back to... Yeah, maybe we do this. But for now. Requested state is... we'll just go with that for now. Or even just cut it down. Jump. So if you're executing the action, you pick down your jump timer. Came across this in your own project. When you have action time, jump time, what's your preference? Do you have an enemy that doesn't conform to those names? Do you reuse the bars even if they don't match up or make new ones? Well, for now, because this is the first time I'm adding a second behavior to an enemy. Until now it's just been shooting, moving, etc. I'm just calling it prepare action, execute action, recover action, so I've made it very generic. But that's basically what I've just been discussing, was there's lots of ways to basically store and handle things abstractly, and I haven't needed to handle that yet. And I don't know which is the best one for this system yet, so I'm going to see the problems caused by it first before building something. Yes, variants and all sorts. Like, I may end up just having a variant. I don't know. The shooting may also want to have all these timers, because right now shooting is just an on or off thing. As I said, it's the enemies have a periodic thought every now and then, every half a second or so, and that's when they decide to stop shooting or start shooting. So that's like the floor for how long shooting can last. But if I wanted a certain attack to last a certain length of time, that's not something I can currently do. So I would want to probably look at my jump system when I've finished implementing it and see what can be generified. Yeah, variants are nice. Don't just let me work for now, please. I don't need multiple thoughts in my head. I've got too much juggling right now. Let's just build and get rid of that. Let me think. I would like to return shooting to how it should have worked. So let's have a look at our progress action. You're not currently being used. Did I even make you in here? I didn't, so I'm just going to comment you out for now. We'll come back to you in a second. Execute action periodic. This isn't needed, is it? Execute state. Really, I want to look at change state. When you're going to execute action, if you're jumping, I want you to stop moving. Okay. Now let me start at the top. When I'm currently executing my state, I'm currently jumping, or I'm currently shooting. We occasionally path around randomly when we're shooting. If it's jumping, do nothing for now. Fine. Consider changing state. This is the spicy bit. Idle to alerted. Alerted to executing action. Moving to target. Occasionally you'll want to execute an action. We don't need prepare and we don't need recover. Under executing action, We are now considering changing state. We are in executing action. This is kind of where that timer matters. I may say you can't change requested state if the action timer is still running. So how about that? Only if it's run out, if its action timer is run out. That helps. And then otherwise you might occasionally go to moving to target or to alert. But yeah, INI in general. It's easier to come up with generic names when there's only like 2 things, but the moment you have like 5 things reusing a name, it can start to become really messy. So that's a whole design choice in of itself. Ideally, you wouldn't just have a mega class with loads and loads and loads of timers that they don't use. If you have a struct with an unused variable in it, then that's maybe an excuse to subclass or have a variant or something. I was already checking this. But, I mean, it comes down to how you like to solve these problems as well, right? Action timer. Okay, so that stuff I think I'm happy enough with. When we're changing state, this also matters. When we're changing state from... I'm just going to delete these because these are overriding my head. When we're changing it from execute action, this can remain executing. Then that's the same. We're changing it to executing action. This is now the spicy part. So recovery we can cut. I'm going to do it here. So based on type. Your last action can become shooting or jumping. Based on the last action, the action timer can just be something small, just to make sure they shoot for a small amount of time. So if I set this to 10, enemies should always shoot for 10 seconds. If I set it to 0, then it's basically the same behavior as before, I think. If they're jumping, then I want the action timer to be based on... for now, they just all have a jump, so we can just say jump dot... Well, it's actually just going to be reset timer. Because what we want to do is count up, actually. No, this is the jump timer. That's something separate. Can jump timer make use of action timer, then? Maybe the jump timer doesn't need to exist. That's nice, if possible. Does imply that the action timer is going up. So we may well have to flip this, I think. Probably for the best. Get jump progress, and we'll need to pass in a time float action timer. Progress. Action time. Passed. This is a pain though, because now I basically have to flip this. It's going down. It's actually happening in the inverted way. It's probably easier if I just do this. If we go back to front, it should be... It's less than landing. Landing and going down. I think it's like that. Hanging time, this stuff. Oh. Could also just be preparing. This could be less than or equal to. It should always be defaulting to this, but... Well... fine. So far you've been adding comments and enemy cases with areas don't match. Feels a bit cringe, but whatever. I mean, it's your code base. It's all about how big you... or how extensible you want it to be, right? How, what's the word they always use? Not extensible, but... extendable? Extensible. We're going to be able to reuse these systems and build them and grow them without the foundations being shaky. Modular? It's not the word I'm thinking of. Maybe extensible's fine. You basically want a good foundation, because otherwise growth later will be painful. That makes sense. I should leave Discord open in case Chris messages me. It's going to be a pain in the ass to come back to this when I've forgotten what I'm doing though. Oh, she's not in Luke. Okay. Okay. So even better. Simplified things a bit further. There's just the one timer now. Enemy system. Your action timer is now going to become jump enemy behavior dot jump dot total jump time. And I think you already are a float duration, so this should be easy enough. But then this other stuff also matters. So this is just setting the action timer. If you're shooting, you also care about turning the gun on. You know? And if you're a jump-in, then you probably don't want to be moving anymore. So let's do that. Kill that off, and then we can build. Static member accessed through instance. Okay. That could also just be get jump time or something, but whatever. I'm just using statics for now to simulate how I may be later passing this in from some data type later. It's also possible I may want the enemies to speed up as the levels go on, in which case this would probably be in a function. Right. It's helping a little bit. Line of sight, movement input, start moving, etc. This stuff's all just fine. Here we go. So if they're in the middle of executing the action, then, well... Where was I timing execute state timer? Hang on. Action. I don't know. Is they ever counting this down? No, I just commented that out. Okay. I don't think I need to necessarily... Well, actually... Yeah. If they've finished their action, then we kind of want to finish. Although then again, if they're shooting their gun... Probably don't want them to immediately go. No, we don't want that. So this is probably where we'd split stuff off into our variant. If we're shooting, we don't really care about the action timer. If we're jumping, that's the only time we really care. So for now, we can do this. And every time we see a switch statement is basically somewhere we could be extracting this. And I like that. It makes it very easy later to know where to pull stuff out. There we go. If we just count down and we're jumping, then... why are you angry at me? He's not really. Then we want to go into alerted, because we've now finished our jump. If we're shooting, we don't necessarily care anymore. We can instead change it so the shooting is actually, like, occasionally extended. I don't know. This is how you make the enemy shoot, like, just a couple of shots. Rather than right now, it's quite random. But you could say, oh, I only want him to shoot, like, 5 times. So I could set the timer to his shoot interval times 5 or something. Yeah, the execute state, the changing state stuff. I think actor components is now complaining, right? whatever. We can come back to that another time. I like the idea of the perception multiplier changing if the slime was jumping, but that's it's not worth focusing on that right now. And again, yeah. Animation system, of course. Preparing landing finished. Ugh. May want different animations in the sheet for this. Right. So really things should be kind of as they were before. The enemies should consider shooting me. And occasionally the slimes will look like they're jumping. And then they'll finish. I'm gonna make the slimes ever much faster. Wait, because I think this is all taking a bit too long. Let's make it much faster. And then when we're checking the color, in animation, no, in here. This is now where I said earlier I don't care, now I care. we should see them go through the rainbow. From red going to purple. Maybe I should make the slimes white for that, to make it more obvious. I do like the pink slimes, but obviously, make it easier in this case, we'll make them white. It kind of looked like it was going from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and blue, isn't it? I don't know why it's flashing between state, though. Oh, I know why it's flashing between state. We only want to count down the actual timer if we actually execute the timer. Should help with that at least. And now we just need to make them go up and down. Somehow. Why are you angry? Oh, fuck. Alright, let's do something lazy. This is an enemy behavior, right? There's definitely a way to make a formula involving all of these things, but... Compiler, do me a good one, please. No, this is gonna be hard. Well, maybe not. Future me can write this. What's a word for precise? Get jump progress, get progress within progress. Progress ratio. Get progress within progress is at least stupid enough that I'm not going to forget what it means. God, this song is fucking crazy. Oh yeah. There's definitely a smart way to do this. There's also a stupid way to do this. How about get jump progress as well? I called the other one. Get ratio towards jump height. Helps a little bit. And you can return a float. So if you're preparing, return 0. Finished 0. Going hanging. Get ratioed. If I really only need to calculate it for these two, then going up is I don't really know the maths yet, so this might be a little off, but the rough idea is something like this. You get the idea, at least, right? It's a bit stupid, but you get the idea. Going down is STD get money. Holy shit. I think the ratio is all off, but the vibes are there, right? This is what I get for not using a timer for each individual element, but like, you know, this is calculatable. Not a good word. I'm going to go from our current Y towards the jump height based on the ratio. The ratio will either return a 0 or 1 or fuck knows. Some bullshit. Some utter bullshit. Just some complete rubbish. I haven't even thought about this for more than 8 seconds, and so this maths is definitely wrong. But, hey Menace, you want one of these? There you go, buddy. You know what, I'm going to keep her on me. Good luck. Slime, jump. Holy, look at him go. Actually, that's not that far off. It's not Momaji. Like, he's working it. Alright, the vibes are there. I just need the maths to work. Pretty sure mix wants a value of 0 to 1, right? So let me think. If you're going up, to work out where you are within going up, if your progress is going from... Technically it's counting down, so if I just invert these, this should make my brain hurt less. Finish, landing, going down, hanging, going up, preparing. So... if you're going up, then the time that you've started going up in... Wait, hang on. Why would this be inverted? No, that doesn't make sense. Why would I do that? If you're going up, then really your timer should be all of these things added up for the end, plus going up for the start. So, almost. I think that's that. I don't know if this ratio is quite right. Time end is... Wait, is that right? No, time start was correct, wasn't it? Because you start going up when your progress is nearly full, because it goes down. So this is correct, but I think the ratio is off. I think it should be end divided by time start. Right? But then the other way around, when you're going down, the only times remaining are going down and landing. I mean, to simplify things, you could also say time end is time start minus going up time. That might make this even easier. So then time end is going down, it's just landing time and then 0. So you're starting to go down when you're at landing time. And you are at time end when you're at 0. I don't know why I'm using action time passed in here. This should not be necessary. Is it? Maybe I do need to minus the action time passed. Or do I need to remove... I need to get action time minus this shit, don't I? Maybe I do. Actually, maybe that was correct. I think the ratio is still off. But the point is I'm going down, I want it to be flipped. Because I want it to start off by being close to 1. But that's not how this works. Why are you angry at me? Is this any different? Okay, it's a little different. You do disappear for a second. Yeah, I'm in the Netherlands. Hello, Watts. How are you? I'm thinking the ratio is just simply responding with a 1. So action time passed. There's actually time remaining, right? Time start. Well, that explains why this isn't working. You have 0.6 seconds remaining. The ratio looks better. Maybe I want to stretch out some of these timers a little bit. Say maybe going up time is 1 second, hanging time is a second, and coming down is a second. And the jump height can be 2 tiles. Holy. Rise for the C++. You're at time end, Mr. Bond. What the fuck? I think it's found somewhere else where I might be breaking. Oh, get status string is ignoring stuff? Not all control paths, really? Wait, 0 time remaining. 3.5 time remaining. Ah, fuck. Why are they jumping? I kind of thought mix would work. I guess the ratio might still be off. Oh, hang on. It might consider changing state. Does it sometimes consider changing state? Oh. Only if action timer is less than 0. Okay, my maths is definitely just wrong on this then. Executing action and they're jumping. Have I done mix right? X, Y, A. I guess I could print the wall. I could print the ratio. F? It should be D, right? That's gonna be too much text on the screen. Oh, amazing. I guess I'm doing FMT print, I can do this. Alright, music, just stop like that. Fuck. You probably don't have to print progress, do you? How about you become a static cast size T for me, little guy? You also probably want to be a print line, don't you? And I kind of want to make sure I only trigger one thing, otherwise it's going to be impossible to read. Oh. FMT doesn't know how to print that. What about if I build you? Hmm? No. How do you? Is it really just the progress bit? Progress timer ratio. Oh, you're do I need to static cast you to... Oh, wait, size T? Yeah, that's correct. Do I need to make you a float? I think it was complaining about the progress bit, but I'm not certain. Oh, no, it was complaining about the action timer. You can't just FMT print a time float. You wouldn't FMT print a time float. They all got angry at me immediately. I guess this is printing always. Oh no, it's not printing always. It's only printing if they're executing their action. Let's see. So the ratio jumps straight to 0.7, stays around there, goes straight to 1, and then goes to 0. So it's just off. It's just wrong. Fine. I need to rethink my maths. If you're going up, right, then... Oh, I'm deleting growing up time for it twice. Oh, maybe that's more correct. The time going down. Out of wait, hang on, am I doing desired by 0? No, I'm doing this 0 out of time start. Well, that's really dumb, isn't it? That's really quite dumb. Likewise is dividing by 0. Yeah, the idea here I've got is just wrong. It looks off. You don't say. You don't say. Really, the idea is to say, you have this timeline with a couple of breakpoints in it somewhere, and you'll have an arrow at some point. One of these will be the going up time. One of them will be the coming down time. It starts here at a big number, and it goes down to 0. But within here, this number will be a smaller number, going to a smaller number, and then even smaller. So I want to know how far through the current action you are in these two cases. Maybe I should have drawn this out to start with. T minus start divided by end minus start. Let me think about that. Time minus start, in this case, start should be this big number. So it should be this out of end. Maybe end minus start is the bit I was missing. So I was just doing divided by end. So I guess I baked in that T bit. It's kind of funny when I like interpret maths by accident. I may not put them in the same place you're mentioning it, but I did work out that I needed this. We can say this, so we can say action time remaining minus time since start divided by duration. Action time. It's annoying because I'm doing a countdown in my head. This is annoying. So action time remaining minus time start divided by end minus start. Maybe that's what I need. It doesn't really make sense for this last one though, because the end is a 0. So 0 minus landing time. That doesn't make sense. That's a negative number now. So does that formula work for counting down, or does that formula only work for counting up? It's not time since start. I could work out time since start by doing total like jump time minus action time remaining. Yeah, it's the fact that I want to like slice up the things like this. I have my individual states, and I specifically want to say within this state, what is your percent? So in this case, I would expect this to be 0.5 if you are 700. And to get that 0.5 from this formula, I have to... Who's DMing me? Is it Chris? She's stopping. Oh no, she's not. She wants me to buy an outfit for my Fumo from China. Excellent. Anyway, to look at this formula, if my timer is 700 in this example, and I want to get halfway between 800 and 600, then I need to work out 800 and 600. So let's just make sure I've got that right. 800 in this case would be start, and this would be end. If action time remaining is 0, 0 minus landing time divided by 0 minus landing time is 1. Okay, I'll come back to that in a second. I need to think about this. Like, get progress. There's no time left, you're finished. I mean, this maths was correct, I think. Getting the progress in this sense. But working out the start, that is landing time and going down and hanging and going up. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's the absolute time for when you're starting. And the end is the absolute time minus that. I think this is correct. Because then you start with your stack built up to the going up, and you're expecting to end here. So that gives me my 800 and my 600 in this example. The 700 here is the action time remaining. So I would need to work out, is that formula you gave me in this case? How far between these two numbers this is? If that's what you want, it still works even when it's negative. That's interesting. Maybe the formula I have here is correct then. Which was, what was it? Action time remaining minus time start. So that would be 1000 minus 800. That would be 200. Divided by time end minus time start. Which would be 600 minus 800? Minus 200? So it'll be 200? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense at all. Like in... Yeah. So I get that I want to gut... I want to make this number here essentially 0. And I want to make this number the difference up from 0. And then I also need to minus some shit off this. Maybe start time. So then I would do... Start time. I need to minus start time from everything. So... Or mentally do that at least. Or end time. Can it be outside the range of start time start and time end? It shouldn't be able to, no, because get jump progress should ensure that it's within those ranges. If it's not, then we can just do a check. It's possible that we're off by 1 error somewhere. But get jump progress should ensure that we're like this. But yeah, if I'm getting a number 700 and I want to see how far in between these things, then do I not just minus end time from this, so you'd get 100, minus end time from this, you'd get 200, and then you have the result of that divided by start time. I think that's it, right? So I need to do action time minus time end out of time start minus... So it's the inverse, I guess, of what you said. Maybe. Does that make sense? I'm gonna just hit F5 and see how it looks. 700... Oh, you're doing the negative stuff. Okay, so it's the same... I guess it's the same maths then. I'm just keeping myself in positive world. Let's see. Where's that little slime? Okay, not really. Not quite. Man, I thought I'd figured it out. Can't see. Oh, it's very funny. He's clearly going like way high. Like he's meant to go 2 blocks high. So you see when he goes into idle, he goes there. His ratio in the second for the falling down is really high. It's also back to front. So in the here, I guess I can mix the other way around. That might look different. Although that would just make the initial thing work. It won't make the way back down not fix. But it'll make the way up look correct, maybe. I don't know, actually. Let's see. Do you go up normally? What the fuck? Oh. Is it because the ratio is back to front now? Yeah, no, that doesn't work. It was meant to be the other way around. So you want to start here, and you want to move towards this as ratio goes up. That doesn't work. You're doing plus equals. Yeah, this is happening to a local variable in render actor system during the draw. So it's going from 0, and I want to do plus equals because if for whatever reason there is animate depth bob on the enemy or whatever, I'd like that to stay. But usually this will be 0. That's fine. So let's double check I'm using additional y correctly. Actually, that's not something I thought about. It should probably be equals. You ignored what I just said, but that's fine. I use that in interpolated position on the y. So that, I think this part here is correct. So as a reminder, additional y is a local variable. It is 0. The enemy doesn't have a depth bob, so it's 0. Moving on. Otherwise, you're adding it to itself when the ratio is 0. Excuse me? You're adding it to itself when the ratio is 0. Oh, okay, smart. It's not, so it doesn't give you the ratio between those two things. It literally will return. Yeah, no, that makes sense then. Okay, no, good advice then. Thanks. I guess that's how mix works in this sense. I was treating it wrong. Right, that should help. Go on then. Alright. 0 to jump height ratio. Yeah, I think that was what I meant to do. Between 0 and jump height. Yeah, that's what I meant. I was thinking I wanted to keep in the additional y, so I was starting at that point. But I think this either way makes sense. Either way makes sense. Let's see. Get ratio. My maths is still wrong. Also, I would like the ratio to be inverted on the going down. Is that just a case of just returning what, minus? How does mix take minus? It probably doesn't take it very well. So I could maybe just do 1 minus. If I want the way down to be the opposite. What was the maths you gave me? Time since start divided by duration. Time since start would be times. You're doing minus time n instead of minus time start. Well, yeah, that's what I tried to calculate in here. Because I was thinking this is time start. Yeah, this is start. This is end. If I want to get 700 between 800 and 600, then I can remove end from 700. So you'll do time minus end. That gives me 100. And then that out of time start. In this case, this would be 700 minus 600, 100. Out of, well, it's not start minus end, which is 800 minus 600, which is 200. You get 100 out of 200. This was the maths I was working with. Time minus end divided by start minus end. Time minus end divided by start minus end. 600 minus 800, but it's not 600 minus 800. It's 800 minus 600. Start is the bigger number. We're counting down. Hang on, let me get the fucking calculator out. 800 minus 600. Am I losing my mind? The start is the bigger number in this case. Because we're counting down. Did you do start minus end as well? Yes. Well, that was the idea. Did I actually do that in code? That's a good question. Yeah. So it's time minus end divided by start minus end. Time minus end divided by start minus end. That feels like it should make sense. T minus start divided by end minus start. So in this case, it would be going into negatives. Let me get my calculator out for that. That's the general formula. Does that work the same for counting down and counting up? That's the answer I'm looking for here. So 700 minus 800 is minus 100. Minus 100 divided by, wait, hang on, n minus start is 600 minus 800. Minus 100, sorry, minus 100 divided by minus 200. Sorry. Minus 100 divided by minus 200. Windows calculator won't let me add this. It works as well. But does my one not work? Sorry, that's what I'm asking. I thought I'd solved this maths. I see 100 out of 200. That's 0.5, right? Or am I losing my fucking mind? 100 divided by 200 is 0. Maybe I am losing my mind. Or is Windows losing its mind? Am I losing my mind? Sorry, is 100 divided by 200 not half? 100 divided by 200. Google thinks I'm a fucking bot. Why is the Windows calculator 0.5? Why is the Windows calculator giving me 0 for 100 divided by 200? Is it programmer mode? Does programmer mode not work? Yeah, 0.5. Programmer mode doesn't work. I've fucking lost it. My maths should work. I understand that you're giving me an equivalent opposite maths, and it's the normal formula, but I've come to this conclusion myself that this should work. So perhaps I'm thinking the time start and time end might be wrong. Windows is losing it. I'm losing it. It's easier to reason about times and starts than duration. But you're ignoring what I just did, which is reason it in a different way. No? Did I not just show my workings and stuff? Oh, look at him go. Not to say that the maths isn't fucking off still, apparently. Jesus wept. Why is it so off? Hang on, let me find just a lone lad. Not one of you. You. Alright, here we go. So I'm looking at my... let me quit this now. I'm looking at my... Wait, hang on, where's the... Oh, fuck, well, there are two guys on the screen at once. That's really fucking with things. I see the ratio going into -1 to the power of 0.5. That's probably not helping. That's way fucking off. This one makes sense. Does your maths produce a different result, Donut? Or is it the exact same result and you just find it easier to think about? Because that's very important. If it actually changes the result somehow. I can't help if you're doing it in a way that's hard to think about. I mean, it's equivalent math. They're the same formula. It's just reversed. It's the fact that it's the timer going down. Your suggestion dealing with negative ratios I find harder to think about than resulting in a positive ratio. Like, the idea of 100 out of 200 makes a lot more sense to me than -100 divided by -200. One is relative to time start and the other is relative to time end. You haven't, like, acknowledged the fact that it's a timer going down. Does this not matter in this case? That time start is a larger number than time end? Because I do want it as a relative to time end. This should say if I'm 700 out of 600, 100 out of 800 minus 600 equals 200. This maths makes sense to me. It doesn't matter as you've acknowledged. Have I missed that? One's gone. You might want to clamp it. Make sure you're not adding it to itself. It should be -1 start. This is wrong. Did you do this too? Try this. That's the formula. It's easier to reason about. Did you answer that? I don't see it. You say you've done it twice. I must have missed it. I still can't see it. Anyway. This maths makes sense to me, so I think maybe the way I'm calculating time end and time start is wrong. Landing time. Is it just... It should just be landing time. As long as I'm calculating this correctly. You wrote this twice. You wrote that twice, sure. It works even if it's negative. Okay, so that implies that it works the same if it's a count down or a count up. Fine. You're discarding the fact that I'm saying the maths I've written here makes more sense to me, though. It's understanding is not an objective truth. Like this makes a lot more sense to me than dealing with negative numbers at all. But anyway, I think the problem here is how I'm calculating start somehow. Even though this looks like it should make sense to me, at least. Time start, it should be... Oh, am I missing preparing? No, maybe, actually. No, it should be after preparing. I think this is correct. So I'm kind of confused, actually. Yeah, maybe it's possible maybe that the get jump progress bit is wrong. That would make sense as well. Remaining is less than landing time. Landing time I'm going down. The numbers making sense is less important than the formula making sense. Okay. What's going on here? Is it possible that this is causing some problems? The maths here looks correct to me, so I'm not sure where it's going wrong. Maybe I could print these values. Or maybe even if I just hover, does it just tell me? You should know what this is. Oh, maybe it can't because it's a timed float and not just a float. Oh, wait, hang on, you are a... Can my compiler really not just tell me what this number is? I kind of thought that VS Code would tell me. Value, -2.5. If I put this stuff in brackets, do you do the maths for me? 1.25. Yes, that's giving me the maths. The values making sense is less important than the formula making sense, and the formula making sense is duration. With the change of variable time since start is t minus start. All right, look, I'll implement what you want. You win. What do you want me to do? Time since start out of duration. What? T minus start divided by end minus start. There you go. Maybe the 1 minus thing was not correct there. I was kind of hoping it would be. I could also just inverse the mix, I suppose. But... Is it not 1 minus? It should be 1 minus, right? If I want to invert it. Because on going down, I'd like it to start from being close to 1 and then go down to full size. Alright, I need to go to bed soon anyway, so I'm just maybe gonna pause it in the middle of this, because this is taking too long. I'll have to continue this another time. Let's find a guy. How are you looking? Oh! Closer. Or the same, I can't tell. It's doing something, though. The final ratio is way off. Is it? I thought it was just landing. It should just be landing time. Oh no, it's landing time and going down time, I guess. Whoops. Maybe it's just this then. Maybe? I thought that should be 0. Oh no, landing... Yeah, landing is something I completely forgot about, actually. Maybe this then. There's still a -1 at the front. That's intentional. Because when you go down, I want it to start at 1 and go to 0, rather than 0 and go to 1. Because it goes like this. It'd start at 1 without the 1 minus. Yeah? That doesn't make sense. If it's the same formula and it's just a different part of the timeline. No, this works. This is correct. Look. I can get rid of the 1, but I don't really get that. Because now it will go the other way. Unless you gave a different formula for that. If action time remaining is 0, but it's not 0. That as I just said, I forgot about landing time. There's an extra timer at the bottom. Or is that the timer you're trying to give? Because there's that landing time's another fucking state afterwards that I forgot about. Here it is without the -1. Please jump. Yeah, so the one this is fine. Whatever. I'm just gonna plug this into some fucking maths and see how that looks. Alright, this should be fine. I'm just gonna plug the output of this into... what was it? Maths lerp or something? I've got something for this. He's in out sign? Maybe? Linear interpolation with offset? No. Let's use cubic. Why not? Smooth step? I'm going to bed in about 5 minutes. I'm just going to plug it in here so I don't have to fuck around. We can try smooth step next time, sure. I just wanted to see this working. But yeah, if this works, then that's really cool. I've added the ability for enemies to do different things. How exciting. So if I wanted it to like dodge roll behind something or whatever, I could do that too. Go on then. Wow, look at it go. Isn't that amazing? It just needs to have some animation, some different animations probably. You get the idea, right? Probably draw like a little shadow at the bottom or something. Also, its hitbox never changes, so I'll probably do something about that at some point. Probably just make it immune or ignore physics or some shit, I don't know. Ignore collisions. That might cause problems. Nice though, right? What do you think? It's a video game now. There's guys that go up and then come back down. The next time I can make it so they specifically try to go above a tile and then make some tiles nearby, like marked red or something, so you know not to stand there. Looks awesome. Thanks, dude. I can speed them up a little bit if you're curious, if I make them go up really fast. But yeah, after this I've got to go. That takes way too long to compile. Alright, let's see. There you go. Add in some like particle effects or some shit. They look banging, right? A little shadow. Anyway, I'm gonna go to bed. Thanks for the help. Good night, chat. Bye-bye.